That was exactly the point, Baconator. That was exactly the point. All right. Finally got this thing to work. Because, oh my god, that was bad. Let me adjust the volume here because I got a little bit of feedback. There we go. My goodness, that was an experience, though. One that I haven't had in a very long time, and I was very pleased to not have it. Alright, I'm going to try to avoid putting up some of these ads in the early, having some of these ads come up in the early round. I'm starting to figure this out a little bit more. This whole YouTube partner thing, just a little bit. We still have long ways to go before we really get anywhere with that. But in any case, welcome everybody. Sorry about being on so late. As mentioned before, OBS normally is really good, also very stable, but I don't know what happened today. But for whatever reason, it just didn't work. Jeez, Baconator. No, I do not. You should know the answer to this already. Oh, some new changes, by the way. It looks like they have extended the winter weather advisories further off to the south in Missouri now. Before, it wasn't even reaching Cape... Well, it still hasn't reached Cape Garrett out. But these were a little bit further to the north. Maybe just outside of St. Louis. You tried clipping? What? I'm a little confused. I'm an easily confused individual. In any case, though. Oh, that dude, that was over 6 to 10. Dude, that was over 10 days. That wasn't over one day. Yeah, that was a 10-day map that I was looking at, so I apologize if I confused you. But yeah, I never said it was going to be over one day. A 10-day map. Do you have some chicken tendies to offer me, sir? I would love some chicken tendies. Just like how Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs got chicken strips, or chicken stripped, I should say, of that third Super Bowl title, which was awesome. Just on that day, just from this season, though. The winter storm warning said 4 to 7. Yeah. Well, I've also been hearing about how the HRRR has been kind of missing the mark lately. There've been like big snow holes. I do think that as far as the wintry side of this system, there are some things that have underperformed here. But when I looked at the blend of models over the 10-day time frame here, that's where I was thinking we were getting the 6 to 10. I didn't expect it from this system, though. No. I was a little skeptical of that. But yeah, HRRR has been making some headlines in the social media world, and not good ones. So if you went with that one, ouch. Truthfully, though, as much as I like HRRR, especially with severe weather, I don't really go to it all that much for winter weather. I usually go more GFS in the Euro. Even though I only get the 3-hour time frames, it still seems like it's more accurate. I guess that's just my opinion, though. Oh man, it's been a while since we've done some dual coverage here. Yeah, I hear a lot of people saying that they prefer the NAM over the HRRR in regards to winter weather. I'm a little bit leery of that considering the fact that NAM has the cold bias, but, you know, maybe that works better in that situation. Still other things I have yet to learn, but I'm working on it. Alright, well, I guess we'll go ahead and run some music in the meantime, too. I miss having YouTube Premium, though, I can't lie. So I almost got demonetized simply because an ad ran that I couldn't skip and it had music that was copywritten, which is absolute trash. Okay. So I figured out a little trick also to adjust the music to where it's a little louder without blasting my eardrums. Oh yeah, it is absolutely stupid, but hey, I guess I have to spend money in order to have the potentially make money, but I don't know. You didn't hear that from me. Anyway, let's go ahead and get this rolling here. Capitalism. Yeah, pretty much. That kind of sums it up really well. Exactly. That's the thing about it. Even though I like premium, so long as I'm working a regular job, it doesn't hurt that much. But at the same time, it's just a bit much. But I've had premium for a while too. I remember when it used to cost so little. Remember when it used to cost like not even $10. Now we're at like 14. Oh wow. Oh yeah, Toronto is gonna get hit by this one. They're getting hit by this one now. Yeah, you got a pretty big snow band heading your way actually, Liz, so it's about to get real active out there. So current situation, anyone that might just be tuning in, because I know that there were maybe a couple people that were trying to tune in at 4, but unfortunately my streaming software didn't work properly. Thankfully I've gotten it fixed, which is why you're able to see me now. But we're doing dual coverage here. We have a winter storm that we're going to be tracking. I'm going to actually pull this camera up over here towards Kalamazoo. So we have winter weather that we're tracking up to the north. Snowtown over here, pretty much as you would call it at this point, over towards Kalamazoo. Then we have severe weather off to the south here. Tornado watch in effect. Risk for strong tornadoes, although I think that threat's very conditional. But over here towards southern parts of Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and even the Florida Panhandle could be a point of interest as we get later into the evening. There have been a couple of tornado warnings throughout the afternoon, but no confirmed touchdowns at this point. As far as severe reports are concerned, the only thing we've gotten today that's a good one actually, contingents. We are polymaths. But as far as severe reports today are concerned, we only got 2 1-inch hail reports all the way over towards Austin, Texas. Outside of that, not much has really been going on. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Most of these are for damaging winds. I've yet to see really any, oh god, no. Yet to see any sort of tornado possible tag. Oh, there's one, finally. But yeah, we've only had 1 tornado possible tag with these severe thunderstorm warnings since they've been issued, so yeah. But as of right now, outside of this one storm, we're not really watching a whole lot up there, so we're kind of going to be toggling in between the two. Could I ask you or Baconator, you Contingents or you Baconator, if I shared this in Discord, by the way? Yeah, it's kind of what Trey from Convective Chronicles was talking about, and kind of what I was expecting too. I thought the convective mode would just be really messy. Like the sheared environment as a whole around this area was good, and the thermodynamics did improve, but I really think that the way the forcing was set up was going to be the real determining factor as to what we could get. And it looks like at this point the convective mode is super messy. Okay, is that link what I'm really asking is, like, is that link the right link? Because what ended up happening with the last time, with the stream I tried to do it for, is that I don't know why, but the stream started and then all of a sudden it just went out randomly. Like I literally clicked the go live button and then it was on for like maybe 3 seconds and then it just poof, gone. Just like that. Like I was actually like raging after that. I was just like, what the? Yeah, it was pretty funny honestly, but uh-oh, we got a tornado warning now. First time in a while we've gotten to do this. I'm gonna turn this down so I don't blow everybody's eardrums into Kingdom Come. But let's go ahead and get this siren here if I can even find it. It's been so long since I've used it. I have to unearth it. Ah! I can't find it. Where is it? Where is my siren? Oh dang, I legitimately can't find it. Okay, good. Huh? Where is it? Yo, where's my siren at? Oh yeah, there's gonna be plenty of those. So I mean the tornado threat's there. Hence why we got the tornado warning, but the other issue is where's my freaking siren? I worked way too hard on that for this thing to just suddenly decide I'm gonna delete it. Okay, there it is. There we go. Hopefully that's not too loud. Good. It's at the right volume. Alright. Super late tornado siren. The warning is for Washington Parish in Louisiana, and this is right on the border, so we're looking at Waldo County in southern Mississippi.
If you want to, feel free to leave a comment as well.
What
But
the hell?
Things are progressing right now.
Oh
We're,
wow.
dealing with a
What
large
the
business.
hell? What the hell was that? Oh yeah, so I have this in queue with Windows Media Player right now. So I had to dig this thing out. And then it went with the next thing in my media player queue, which was an old video which somehow ended up on Windows Media. Good grief. I gotta find a better setup. Wow, that was kind of embarrassing, but also kind of funny. There we go. Well, I got that fixed now. Well, let's go back to single site here, and we'll go on from there. Oh, you just missed a hell of a blooper, Baconator. You just missed a hell of a blooper. It literally just happened too. Sick? What happened? What happened? Oh, not again. Didn't you have that like last year, or was that contingents? Several of you guys have been sick, which really sucks. It's been kind of hard to keep up at this point. Because Isaiah was sick a lot of last year. Oh yeah, you had pneumonia in November. Contingents had COVID at one point, and then Isaiah's had like chronic fevers for as long as I can remember. In recent time, I don't know if things have gotten better with him or not even. But yeah, you guys have been going through it, and I hate that. Wait, what the heck? Okay, so radar mega glitch much? Dang, if it's not one of you, it's both of you, man. Dang it, man. let's go ahead and look at this while we're at it. Yeah, I'm not a doctor, so I couldn't even diagnose that. Let me get these meso discussions off here, because I can't even click on them anyway with the way the screen's set up now anyhow. But yeah, I remember I felt that way when I had the flu. That was about 10, close to 11 years ago, so hard to say. But do know one thing, I wish I could get my hands on this person who's smoking in my apartment complex. That stuff stinks. And it hurts your throat like so, and it hurts your throat like so much too. That's the thing about it. I remember when I got my cold, like trying to talk, or my, I guess I had my issue with the flu years ago. Like trying to talk was painful. It's even worse if you like know how to do vocals too, because the thing about it is, learn how to do those harsher style of vocals, you feel it that much more. Like you feel everything now. Like any sort of phlegm that you end up getting in the morning, it feels like 1,000 times worse than before. So, really sucks. And then when you get sick like that, it just feels like absolute misery. It's really the best way to describe it. Let me see if I can get the mesos off of here. Alright, cool. Yeah, I don't even know what to tell you there for sure. Okay, so it is official. Radar Omega is officially glitched out here. It's bird flu. Ouch. How is it Kyle's fault? And Kyle said he was gonna pop in here and there. Shout out to Kyle, by the way. Trying to get this. I'm trying to see what's going on with Radar Omega here, because for some reason we're stuck in between the multi-regional scan and the single scan. And then the weirdest part about all this, or the trippy part about all this, is the single radar site is working, but I can't get this off the screen now. It's kind of funny. See if I can get it to work on my phone. Maybe it'll I have to buy radar scope, don't I? I don't have 30 on me right now. I'm broke. I'm like beyond broke right now. Ah. No, I never got a chance to buy it. I almost did, but unfortunately I did not. I think it was maybe Isaiah that bought it. But yeah, I want to get radar scope. Yeah, I might be getting radar Omegas pretty soon, because I mean, the way things are kind of progressing with this, like the glitches are getting notably worse. But I hate to say that too. Yeah, I used to love using this thing. Now it's an absolute pain. That's just me being completely honest. Alright, let's see. Then the other day, it just randomly didn't even work. It just was glitched out. Okay, there we go. Let's try this again. There we go. I fixed it. But yeah, I've been getting tired of the glitches, though. I'm not even gonna lie to you. The glitches have been getting old. We got a new site that we can look at over here. It's towards Columbia. Oh, wow. That is pretty. That is super pretty. Look at that. That is a beauty. I wonder if that's what's heading their way. It still looks like it's a good ways off. We have a new tornado warning, by the way. This one's over towards... Oh, crap. I can't even click on this. Oh, wow. The overlay here has changed, too. Alright. Let's try that. This is for Lincoln, Lawrence, and Copiah counties in Mississippi here. It's moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour near Brookhaven. This is a radar-indicated tornado. It's going to be heading to Brookhaven in the next couple minutes along Beauregard and Weston. Then we got Suntag at the top of the hour, Rockport and Oma at 4:05. And then we also have Wanilla at 10 after the hour and Georgetown at 15 after. Oh. I got a little rain shower coming in with some sunlight to go along with it. This is a really good shot right here. I'm glad we caught this. It's pretty cool. We've got some really cool stuff on here as of late. Anybody hear about the day 6 enhanced, or now day 4 enhanced risk at this point? Originally, it started out as a day 6 slight risk, but we're now at a day 4 enhanced risk. Anyone hear about that? Looks like it's going to be kind of a copy of what we'll be dealing with, what we're kind of doing right now a little bit. But I think the severe threat actually might be a little greater. Oh, you're good, man. We're good. No big deal. Dang, that smell's getting to me. I'm gonna turn up the music a little bit for myself here so I can hear it pretty clear. Alright, so I got an idea on how to keep the radars up for the winter weather as well, since we're dealing with tornado warnings now. Excuse me. We're gonna go ahead and actually use a new app which has been gaining a lot of traction here. Weather-wise has been pretty cool as of late. So we're gonna go ahead and pull up the radar here. The downside to this is, however, is that we don't have a multi-regional scan on the app as of yet. The real question is going to also be, where do I end up? Where do I end up wanting to look right now? Where will I end up wanting to look as far as winter weather radar is concerned? I kind of lean towards Chicago right now, but I want to also look a little further off towards the west right now. Because towards the west of the city, it seems like that's where the heaviest snow is, over towards areas like Davenport, Illinois. And I think that's what we're going to end up doing. Now we got everything established here. Got our chat on the laptop so we can see everything. I think we're pretty well set now. Alright, so current overview. We're sitting at 2 tornado warnings right now. We have winter weather over towards Illinois. And we're expecting this to eventually move into the Chicago metro. We should be able to get some cameras on that in just a little bit to go along with that. Dang, man. I'm still kind of pissed that we started up so late. Can't even lie. Can't even lie. We have rain beginning to reach Columbia at this point here. This is consolidated into a line, so I think we're going to start to lose that tornado threat, because it doesn't look like we're getting constructive interference here. If anything, it kind of looks like the opposite. Yep, and you can see it clearly. It lost the rotation in that last scan. It's broadened out, or cheered out, so it's very faint. You can still get something, but storm is not looking anywhere near as good as it did about 5 to 10 minutes ago. And this is kind of what I was thinking could happen with this setup. The convective mode just isn't necessarily ideal for supercells. We do need this warm front to kind of push a little bit further up to the north here. A little more advection would probably go a long ways with this setup. And on top of that, we haven't had a good surface analysis update in over 6 hours, which is crazy to think about. It's supposed to update every 5. Alright, so we're now down to 1 tornado warning again. Still have 1 tornado possible tag, and I think it's along this line here. Well, we have the potential for that is with this 1 severe thunderstorm warning, but I think that's going to end up getting downgraded soon as well. Alright, let's move this back up. Actually, we'll move this right here. Keep these off to the right. Actually, we'll go try and put these up here. Storm still has a healthy amount of lightning here, so it's not like it couldn't re-strengthen, but like I said, I think the convective mode is really going to help keep this a little bit more limited. So I don't necessarily think this is going to be exactly the outcome that everybody's fearing, where we get a big tornado outbreak along the warm front. course, a few spin ups are possible here, but unless any mature supercells pop up here, I think it's going to stay a little bit more mitigated, I would say. Let's go ahead and go to reflectivity here. Yes, a lot of beam interference. These are all just kind of stacked up on top of each other. That's really the issue here. If these would just have a little bit of room to breathe, like this one over here towards Mount Olive actually looks really good. But see how everything's like right under it, and it's just kind of latching onto it, and then after that, that's going to be interference. It's going to undercut that updraft, and then that one's potential is going to be kaput for a while. And then same can be said for a lot of these other ones here. Like for a little bit of time here, that Hattiesburg cell that's going through there now looked pretty good. Now we're struggling with that one too. It's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle here. I really just think we're going to get a lot of lines of storms with embedded supercells possible. That's my thought. Especially as we watch the threat progress further off towards the east too. Look at this mess of activity here. I'm interested in this little section further off towards the south where there's a little bit better. There's a little bit of a better environment. Cape's going to be a little bit more rich. And then also, to go along with that, well, I don't think the shear is going to be quite. Well, it still should be pretty good over here. I think this might be the spot right here. I like the way this storm's looking over here to the south of Hattiesburg. Yeah, a lot of beams further off towards the south, but they're a little bit better spaced out, which is one thing I like. Of course, I'm looking at a radar. It's a little further up to the north too. Yeah, okay. Well, that pretty much confirms it. Not as much competition over here. Oh, let me get that radar back moving. I might check velocity real quick with this just to make sure. Storm to the south of Hattiesburg just got a special weather statement on it. Most likely producing 40-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, there's a little bit of an uptrend here recently with this little cell. Nah, actually, it looks like it's, if anything, it's starting to gust out. You can see it pretty clearly on the loop here. The point where it's starting to rotate pretty good, and then, as you can see, we're starting to get those winds flowing out from the storm, getting classic case outflow dominance. Let me see if I can check out this side over here towards Hammond. Get a look at this storm here. No rotation, obviously, as of yet, but I get the feeling with the way that environment is set up, that's going to change. So you got the flu, basically. Yikes. I remember, like I said, I remember what that was like. 10 out of 10 would not recommend it. Unfortunately, well, we know the situation at this point. Some beautiful cloud structure right there. Yeah, it seems like it's still trying to do a thing here. You can see a little bit of rotation over here just to the northeast part of town here. Yeah. I think it's trying to become rooted almost like an embedded supercell within the line here. The structure's a little bit unorthodox, but you can still see the little hook here. You see the nice little inflow notch pop up there, so maybe a little too early to write it off. It seems like it's trying to push a little. Yeah, I definitely think this is trying to evolve into an embedded, because now it's starting to push a little bit further off to the south here like this. Wow, I'm doing a terrible job drawing arrows. But yeah, the hook was there a second ago. Now it's almost like it's notching its way off to the south, which is weird. But not uncommon though either. It's kind of weird trying to describe it. I guess I could say. See, there you go. Hook's there and then pushes, and then it's almost like it's extending outward, I guess you could say. Yeah, this thing's doing its own little thing. New tornado warning off to the south. I think that's our storm that we were talking. Oh, it's a different one. This is just outside of Columbia here. This is the storm we're looking at right here on this camera. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and get that siren. Counties involved are going to be over towards Marion, Covington, Lamar, and Jefferson Davis counties. This is located over Columbia, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's a radar indicated tornado. This will be improved in Columbia, Bunker Hill within the next 4 minutes. We have Melba, which will be there at 20 past the hour, 25 for Summerall Seminary. Just a little past the half-hour mark here, 4:35 Central. Sanford at 4:40. No, it keeps on. I think it's trying to notch its way southward. I don't know if it hangs in there, but I don't know if we can write it off just yet. It looks like it wants to shear out too, though. but maybe a little further down the line it may resurge a little bit. I guess now our interest shifts towards the Columbia storm here because there's not much that's formed around it right now, so I would say that one has the best chance. Columbia is getting some of the hail core here, as you can see. Look at that. Look at how the rain's falling. You can actually see some of the ice crystals there. Well, those are actually hailstones, but you can actually see the leading edge of the storm going by as we look at this right now, too, which is pretty cool. The most surreal thing about this was at the end of last month, we were looking at this same camera in Hattiesburg, watching the snow fall down when that big winter storm can come through. And now we're watching for the threat of tornadoes. Gotta love how things change quickly. Oh, look at that. The hail's starting to pick up now. I think you can actually see a pretty good sign of rotation right here. If this does ramp up a bit, this is likely to end up being rain wrapped here. And the camera operator sees that too. This is your point of interest right here on the screen. You can see it. I agree with you 100%, Contingents. We might be watching this try to drop one right before our eyes. You can actually see some scud coming in too on the far left corner of the screen here. Very clear signs of a wall cloud beginning to emerge here. Very clear signs of a wall cloud. Maybe a funnel coming in soon. This is developing rapidly. Might have a tornado on us. We might have a tornado on the ground in a second here, folks. This might try to drop right now. Come on, turn that thing to the left. Turn that camera left. Oh, I wish I could turn this thing for him. But yeah, this looks like it's trying. That might very well even be a bowl funnel right there. Got to keep an eye on the ground here to see if we end up getting some kind of circulation or debris. But it does look like this is trying to plant right now. It's not looking as good now. Might be cycling. Funnel might actually be becoming more condensed now. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a funnel now for sure. That's a funnel cloud right there. I'm almost certain. This is the storm that we're watching right here in the center of the screen. This is just going past Columbia right now. Oh, that's a big funnel now. Look at that. Cone funnel. This might do it. This could do it. It's going to be very close. There is also that chance that it could be down now, but we just can't see the debris. Keeping an extra close eye for ground circulation at this point. This indeed has a funnel cloud with it. It's just getting so far away now where it's going to be kind of hard to see. if this does touch. It's getting lower though again. It's starting to get lower again. This is the lowest that it's been now. Oh, that might be doing it. I think that's doing it. I would go as far as to say that that might just be on the ground here. I think that, yeah, that's on the ground. That's a confirmed tornado. There it is. This is a tornado that is going on just outside of Columbia, Mississippi right there. You can see the condensation funnel is just about all the way to the ground at this point. Up there's the ground circulation to go with it. That is a damaging tornado going on in Columbia. So this is now a confirmed tornado for Marin, Covington, Lamar, and Jefferson Davis counties over here. This is going to be in effect until 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern time. This is moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour, so it's moving pretty quick. But yeah, you can see it. It's still on the ground right now. Yeah, that is 100% on the ground. Holy cow! What a sight! We got to see it just before it got out of the view. Yeah, that is. Yep, that's. See if I can actually pull that up on the CC here. Correlation coefficient. Nothing on there yet. I don't think the next scan has come in, or actually it has, but not yet. I think within the next scan we'll see something pop up. Yeah, very clear signal, but very clear look at a tornado on the ground here. We're on the backside of the storm. The storm is heading out. The question with this storm is, how long will this maintain? We still have a very good view of it at this juncture. It still looks like it's on the ground, but it's getting pretty far away, so it's going to be hard to see. But yeah, the condensation funnel is still down. This storm was a beauty when we pulled this up on camera originally, so there was always a chance. But yeah, you can still very clearly see that funnel stretching all the way out towards the ground here. It's a little harder to see the ground circulation. I can't take this screen full, unfortunately. But you can clearly see it. That's irrefutable proof that that's a tornado on the ground there, folks. Wow. And it's a very pretty tornado, if I were to say so myself. Just don't like that it's near a populated area. The next area that we'll have to be on watch for will be Sumrall. This is going to be going along this I-44 route here. It's going to be moving very close to Sumrall. And then if it stays on the ground, we could be keeping an eye, we need to be keeping an eye out over here towards Seminary. Ironically, this is not far away from Bassfield or Bassfield. Yeah, this part of Mississippi is still relatively rural, so I don't think we're going to get a very strong return on CC. But that storm also looked like it was rotating pretty strongly at a point. So that storm has all the potential to strengthen and produce a violent tornado. It's really questionable as to what kind of damage we would have here if this were to hit structures. At this current point in time, though, like you said, it is in rural areas. Well, how about that, folks? First tornado on stream for 2025. It wasn't even through a storm chaser feed. How about that? Well, it's out of camera view now. Let's see if we can't find a DOT camera towards southern Mississippi here, so that way we can kind of keep track of it. Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to try to do a thing here. Switch back to velocity in the meantime. A lot going on there. But yeah, that little area to the south that I was talking about, it seemed like the inflow was kind of, or the mesocyclone was kind of recycling a little further off to the south. That looks like it definitely was the case here. But yeah, this has definitely got an interesting look to it. Alright, so I'm going to try to see if we can get at least one camera on the Columbia tornado at this point. We may as well go ahead and call it that. We're still got prominent signs of rotation there just outside the city. The Hattiesburg camera is kind of close, but I don't think we're going to get a good enough view from it. I do want to try to see if we can get a camera just to the south of Hattiesburg. It's a long shot, but I'm going to try that first. Oh, this is the exact one that we're looking at here. Alright, well, guess we'll go with downtown Hattiesburg. Yeah. Really, that's the best way to describe it. Inflow kind of ramped up, almost kind of like it's in a shear line, and then there's just this one little pocket where the outflow kind of wraps around the backside. Yeah, I agree with you on that 100%. Alright, so Hattiesburg camera was not working for that one. So let's go ahead and try to get DOT camera here. Mississippi is one of those states that kind of struggle with these last couple winter storms. Well, the Columbia storm, they finally put the observe tag on it. Yeah, okay, yeah, it was a Columbia storm. We already rang that one. It just took them a while. I just wish we could figure out a good camera site for it, if I can find a camera at all. Okay. Alright, I got it. I got a camera now. Or I got the map working finally. I just gotta figure out where in the world. A good site would be. That cell that's further off towards the south that we've been talking about on and off. Where's Hattiesburg at? If I can find Hattiesburg, I can find Columbia here, but on this map it's so small. Oh, there it is. Alright, let's try this. Oh, everything's further off to the east. Yeah, there's no cameras over here. It's just too rural. Everything's off to the east over towards Hattiesburg. Closest that I have is over towards Mississippi Highway 42 at West US 49. And that still looks like that's a good 20 miles away. And I have absolutely no visual. Ugh, so frustrating. Is there? And I don't even think there's any radar Omega chasers on there, even if we wanted to go that route. Alright, let's see if this is still on the ground. Up. Brandon and Corey are racing off towards it now. They're blasting to the east to try and catch this thing. They might have to blast towards Laurel, so that way it can get a visual on it. Rotation seems like it might be dropping off just a little bit here. There's still signs, but not quite as impressive now. Trying to see if there's any better radar site we can go to. I think this is the best that we have still. Alright, maybe we can try and go for this Mendenhall storm here. Get a look at that one. I do think there might be a camera over there. Talk about frustrating. We had the only camera in that area too. That's crazy. Yeah, that little embedded cell with the line there. Yeah, I agree with you. And that's what gives it its intrigue. The off chance that it does end up really consolidating into something significant, because it's the right environment for it to do so. But it's going to be battling with outflow for a while. I'm almost certain of it. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot in the way of cameras over towards that region either. A little further to the south of Jackson, we might have a shot at something though. But it seems like it'd still be just a little too far away. Yeah, it's all the way up towards like Florence. Yeah, that's not gonna work. But so far, I would say that anywhere to the south of this I-20 corridor is probably going to be the point of interest. Got a new tornado warning, and this is the first one into Alabama here now. This is over towards Chatham. This is for Choctaw, Washington, and Clark counties. This is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This will be over towards Coffeyville within the next 23 minutes. So pretty rural areas out in this area as well. This is radar indicated, by the way. We still only have one confirmed tornado that has been on the ground at this point. questionable as to whether it still is here. But this touchdown just outside of Columbia here, mainly stayed over rural areas. But if this did manage to stay on the ground here, it's going to be just outside of Sumrall. This is in Mississippi, by the way. So our count is at 3 now. We have 3 tornado warnings. Anyone that might be around right now, make sure you're hitting that like button. Yeah, this storm's still battling with outflow over here outside of Mendenhall and McGee here. Still has the ability to evolve and organize pretty well. I do think from the looks of here, just looking at velocity alone, there might be a couple more mergers on the way for it. But if anything, I think that those mergers might actually help the storm, if anything. Summerall storm isn't looking quite as impressive as it once did. It looks like it just wasn't able to mature and sustain itself. It might have done so a little too quickly. As a result, though, I don't think that tornado is still on the ground. Still some signs of rotation. Yeah. It does look like it's getting a little bit better. Let's see if I can get a better radar sight here. I'm going to try Mobile, see how that looks. We'll sacrifice those 2 storms for just a moment here to get a look. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That could be another one that tries to drop in a little bit here. Yeah, you can see it pretty clear. There's our couplet right there. Looks like it's going to stay to the north of town. But yeah, it looks like it's evolving quite nicely here. Interesting situation that these 2 chasers are now in now. What did Brandon and Corey decide to do here? Do they want to go with the Chatham store, which is a little closer, but they're behind it? Risk not being able to catch it, or would they end up going for the Laurel storm, which is starting to weaken while still in a pretty favorable environment? Literally caught in between 2 choices. It's this quick decision making that would make or break your day on the field. I think they should honestly stick with the storm as it's heading towards Laurel. Because at the very least, if the storm to the south just flat out dies, at least you could jump back on, you could try and turn around and head on 84 over here, US 84, kind of just blast to the east here, try to catch up with this cell. Or you can wait and stay to the south or you can wait and watch to the south for more cells too. So many different things you could do in this situation here. But it's not like they're in a bad spot. Some water in a second here. Something to drink. We're a little far away from that Mendenhall storm. But it does look like, at least from that perspective, the storm's looking better. Oh yeah, it's a supercell for sure. I'm going to take a quick look at this Mendenhall storm. I don't expect much out of it, but from the distance that we're seeing with that radar, it looks a little bit sus. But looking at this, it's really not a whole lot to shout, nothing to really go crazy over. At least not yet. I'm still leery of it. Yeah, a little small banana. Oh no, I didn't go here yet. Come on. Give me the mobile radar, please. Please. There we go. This looks like it wants to drop one, and it might do so soon. Kind of like how the Columbia storm did. Question is, will it really root and maintain itself? Yeah, they downgraded the Columbia storm back to radar indicated, so just as I suspected, it seems like it died out pretty quick. It was a pretty impressive looking storm for at least a moment. I'm gonna get me something to drink real quick. I will be right back. It took a little longer than I thought to find something to drink, but we're back. I'd actually make it, but in any case, though, as things stand right now, we're still dealing with one radar indicated tornado. It looks like the warning that we had over towards Columbia has expired. We got a new storm over here towards Piedmont, which looks pretty good, and I think that's what Brandon and Coy are going to end up going after. I think we might be able to get a view of this Beaumont storm over here. I'm going to go ahead and try and see if we can make that happen here. So that's so it looks like it's directly to the south of Hadesburg, or Hattiesburg. So I might have a shot at it. It's kind of hard to see. I can't give you a great look, but this is the closest, this is the best that I can do for now. We'll see whether or not this ends up getting a warning. It does look like it's progressing in that direction, like it could get warned. Fix this camera here so you can see the sky. Yeah, as you can see on the camera though, like off in the distance, you can see the sky getting a little bit darker. Like I said, you can't really get like a clear cut view of it though, which kind of sucks. But yeah, over towards this part of southern Mississippi, it's very rural, so that is going to be a struggle that we will run into pretty often from the looks of it here. Not really cleared to use any sort of storm chaser feed, so I'm going to try to avoid that. Starting to grow little tendrils, huh? Well, that's originally where we saw the warning, so we'll stick with that name. Chatham. 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 Gotta find the exact pronunciation of that city, or that little town. A lot of these areas out here are not going to be big cities. They're going to definitely be towns. Camera's starting to buffer a little bit. Ah, we're buffering again. Trying to see if I can get this thing to kind of turn over a bit here. Make a little adjustment while I'm at it too. There we go. We got the camera back up and running. Mm-mm. See a nice little hook trying to pop up over here. Doesn't quite made it to Coffeeville just yet, but it's getting pretty daggone close now. Seems like she's more or less pulsing in and out at this point. Like she'll get going, but just won't. It's just not really rooting or sustaining itself. It's like it's struggling with a little bit of interference. These little cells that are popping up here off to the south and southeast here are interfering with it, of course. Just a part of the environment that we're dealing with. This forcing not being as strong just kind of makes for a lot of competition with these storms. It's kind of something that you don't need when it comes to getting those discrete supercells that can produce those big tornadoes. Meanwhile, that Beaumont storm is really kind of catching my eye here. See if I can get a better camera that's further off to the east here. Turn that camera off for just a second here. Sorry. We're going to try to see if we can get a better view, if it's at all possible. This is going to be just to the southeast of Hattiesburg here. Let's go and look at the velocity, go with it. Ah, yeah, there it is. That tightens up anymore, it's definitely going to get a warning. Hang on a minute. Look at that Brandon storm there. Looking a little sus there. I mean, still seems like it might be outflow dominant. But if anything, though, that still looks really sus and almost a bit impressive there. But yeah, that couplet is becoming pretty well pronounced. Looks like Corey and Brandon are in a good spot to get a visual on it, or something close to visual. The reason why a lot of chasers don't necessarily like Dixie Alley out here is due to, in large part, the terrain changes and also the trees. Elevation changes, a lot of hills come into play here. A lot of trees obscure your view. So chasing out here can be a bit complicated. And then also the environment itself, typically when it comes to Dixie, a lot of these storms will move a little bit faster than what you would see over towards traditional Tornado Alley. Although today seems like one of those days where it moves a little bit slower. Also got a new tornado warning a little further off to the south here, where the environment's been a little bit more untapped. This radar indicated tornado warning for Harrison County in South Mississippi here. This is located over Saucier, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. This is expected to stay in relatively rural areas, but Saucier, this will be on top of you guys within the next couple minutes. Oof. Why am I so drowsy today? Let's go ahead and look a little further off to the south here. Take a look at this while we're at it. We'll keep an eye on this Beaumont storm here. Let's loop this one while we're at it. Struggling. Yeah, it looks like a pretty clear sign of rotation with this one too. So it's another one to watch. Could bring our tornado warning count back up to 4. And then the Mendenhall storm looks like it's intensifying again as well. So starting to get a little busy here. Wonder when we're going to see the tornado report from the Columbia storm. Because that was undoubtedly on the ground. We had footage of it. Surprisingly, we only have one severe thunderstorm warning to go along with these warnings. And the severe thunderstorm warning is all the way towards the back where the cold front is. Yeah, as far as cameras are concerned, unfortunately, over towards Beaumont, we're still kind of in the dark there. Thought I would give it a good try, but unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like it's panned out here. Further to the south we go, the further the cameras go few and far in between. Pull up the camera that I had earlier, see if we can get a view of it. At least a view of the structure, if it's at all possible. Stiff. Shoulders stiff, I apologize. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with me today. I'm not feeling right. This, like I said, it does seem kind of dark off in the distance over there. So again, still suspicious as to what that storm may yet do. But as a whole here, not all that impressed. About 3 or 4 scans ago, it looked a little bit better. It's a little chilly in here too. It's actually 40 degrees where I live right now, so it's kind of cold. Not super cold. Not cold is what some people have been dealing with lately. But it is kind of chilly in here. Maybe that's what's messing with me a little bit. I don't react well to whether I get in a certain temperature or not. Like right around the 40-degree range, I start to get oddly drowsy for some reason. Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, contingents. If we get these tornado warnings to slow down for a period, I actually will go over that day 6 risk. Because there were a couple interesting signals that I saw last night, and they definitely looked like they had uptrended before I started the stream. I'm really eager to see what these evening models have to offer us. Especially since we're still just outside of that convective range. Probably by tomorrow evening, we'll be in range of the NAM 3 kilometer. By overnight tomorrow night, we'll probably be in range of the HRRR. But yeah, from what I've seen from both not HRRR, but GFS and the Euro, there's a good reason as to why, or at least in my opinion, I think there's a good reason as to why they went up to 30. And I think it's going to be a setup that's relatively congruent to this one. Give or take a couple of parameters. But I do think that but it's not even really that I think. I'm pretty confident in that warm front advecting much further to the north this time around. And I would almost go as far as to say a significantly better moisture return to go with it. I might have to wrap my blanket around me, man. Why is it so chilly in here? I don't even think the air's not blowing. Turn off my camera for a second so I can grab my blanket. It's a torn up blanket, so I'm a little embarrassed to show it. And I'm not gonna and the way I wrap myself up looks kind of funny. So I'm not gonna do it. If we get to 25 likes in the next few minutes, maybe I'll show myself wrapped up. But in the meantime, though, let me go ahead and grab it real quick. Yeah, I gotten a little sneak peek at some of the lunchtime models. But I was kind of focusing on this one a little bit more than I was the day 6 or the day 4. But from the little bit that I did see, and I didn't really get to look at some of the more in-depth stuff because I was kind of thinking maybe depending on how this event would react or how this event would respond. I was thinking maybe I would like end up doing a regular video, but obviously as we see here, there's a good bit of activity. But I was trying to set it up to where I could at least go from plan A to plan B. Either way, I was going to be dropping some kind of content today. Personally, though, I prefer the live streams. Not that I hate the videos, but the live streams are a little bit more suitable for me. So we're back down to 2 tornado warnings. It looks like the Chatham storm has weakened below severe limits at this current point in time here. Still a pretty large tornado watch here, or really 2 tornado watches technically. But yeah, we have 2 tornado watches currently right now that stretch all the way through parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and also a good chunk of Louisiana here. Nah, I saw that too. I saw that right before I went to get myself a little drink. Get my water bottles. So, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Like I said, from what I've been seeing, destructive interference is going to be a factor, and it definitely was with that cell. And it's not even that those last two, I wouldn't even say last 2 cells. It wasn't like those cells were like really strong that ended up being ingested into the Choctaw storm. But unfortunately, it was enough to undercut it. So, as of right now, no tornado potential for that one. Maybe further down the line, if it can get its act back together, we might be singing a slightly different tune. Oh man. Oh, they reissued that warning over here. Or actually, that's a new warning over here towards Macomb. Do the stanky leg. Do the siren leg, because this tornado warning is for Walthall and Pike counties in southern Mississippi here. It's located over Magnolia. I have it right. This is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Go ahead and clip it. This is expected to stay over relatively rural areas, so fortunately no camera view. Dang, Baconator, you missed it though. We caught one on the ground. It was just outside of Columbia, Mississippi. Like, we watched that thing evolve like super fast, form into a beautiful bowl funnel, and then touch down, stay on the ground for at least a good couple of minutes, and then watch it dissipate, or watch it head out of the camera view off into the sunset, to where we would never see it again. The best part is, I think it stayed over mostly rural areas too. Oh yeah, that goes without saying. The way those storms have been training over there, it's not a question of if it starts to flood, it's more so when. I hate to sound negative like that, but considering the way this setup has been over the last couple days, and really what it's anticipated to continue to be, at least over the next 24 hours, yeah, it's almost inevitable. Like I said, I really prefer not to be pessimistic, but the setup is less than ideal if you're wanting to avoid flooding. And then the northern part of the state, it's pretty much the same thing. super stiff today. Why am I so stiff today? I gotta get back in the gym, folks. I gotta get back to being in the gym more. I've never had this issue like what I've been having now with the stiffness. Come on, get down with the stiffness. Go ahead and clip that. Up, new tornado warning. The Beaumont storm finally did a thing. So this is a tornado warning for Perry and Greene counties in Mississippi. This is 4 miles northeast of Beaumont, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is a radar indicated tornado warning and is expected to stay over rural areas as well, which is what we like. It's a rule that we don't even have any sort of access to DOT cameras over there, which is good and bad, because we're most likely not going to get too much of a visual out of these storms here. So that brings the grand total right back to 4. We have the storm off to the south, which looks pretty solid here. Still radar indicated. Questionable a little bit with the Beaumont storm, but definitely think rotation is possible. Then Macomb looks okay. Mendenhall is a very questionable storm as well. And those are all 4 of our tornado warnings. Strike that now, back to 3. And so far today, we've only really had maybe 1 tornado confirmed on the ground. At the most, if you're lucky, you could call it 2. I shall. But why the bloopers in Detroit, sir? I'm just kidding. Might as well add that to this point. Should make that like the mascot. Almost make it look like, and then also edit it to where I look like one of those titans. Oh, that's because of the way I'm wrapped up in my blanket right now, because I'm freaking freezing right now. Feels like there's like a draft in my room, but I look stupid in this, the way I have my blanket wrapped up. I've already given you guys like at least 2 or maybe 3 bloopers. No more. No more. No more. This video is this stream? Nah, I don't mind the bloopers at all. But I don't want to see how I look on stream with this. Inside, this blanket is old and decrepit. Baconator, I swear, don't ever call me that. It's not Chan. Wouldn't it be San? Wouldn't it be San anyway? Come on, man. If you're gonna do that, you gotta do it right. And also, this blanket's a little bit sacred. This blanket's been in the family about as long as I've been alive. Maybe even a little bit longer. This blanket is how I harness my weather powers, or lack thereof. But yeah, if the stream gets up to 25 likes and I'm still wrapped up in this thing, if it's cold, then I'll let you see it. And I'll let you see what I look like in this thing. But as of right now, no can do. But don't worry, I'm not going to sleep. I actually feel better because with it being colder, I actually was starting to get sleepy. I don't know why that was either. I didn't really feel physically tired. In fact, if anything, now I feel much better. Probably could go another 10 minutes and then I'll probably turn the camera back on. So I just need to get my core temperature up for whatever reason. But yeah, after the stream, I'm gonna see whether or not I have a draft in my window or something. And also check out my guitars and make sure that those are alright. Okay, we're back down to 3 tornado warnings once more. I think we're gonna switch over to reflectivity once again. Computer is screaming right now too, man. Holy cow. He has a wall cloud. That's the Beaumont storm. If only I could get visuals. I would click on his feed, but really at this point, I don't really think I want to risk it. And on top of that, it just seems kind of wrong at this point to do that. I'm not trying to steal from those guys. I understand how much of a grind it really is for them to just get down there, especially with a lot of them saying that they were going to go to that little Chaser Summit up towards Kansas City, and then instead they end up down here. Some of them are actually going to drive all the way back up to KC for that summit, and then come back down to the south for the Saturday event, which is crazy. Oh yeah, I appreciate that. Trust me, I want to see it too. Let's just hope this stays away from populated areas. That's my main concern. I could have swore I put this into the radar loop, but then again, I must have changed the mode, and then it didn't start up again, which kind of sucks. That one is 100% on me. Okay. Do we have a 70? Nope, we don't. Remember when I was looking at this setup yesterday, I was thinking that there would be a couple chances for some downbursts here and there. Really would say that would be more towards the northern end of where the slight risk was originally, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case here. I'm still a little bit leery of this area over here towards Maggie and Mount Olive here. I do think that there could be a chance that we get a really strong damaging wind gust, maybe even as high as 65, potentially 70. But not much beyond that. Oh. So it's just a really low hanging wall cloud that could at any point drop something that would be wide. Sounds eerie almost. Kind of reminds me of some of the reports that we would get from the Bassfield Soto tornado. Now, this environment, however, is not quite like this one. Like, that environment was much more intense. But then again, with the environment the way it is, though, something strong like Bassfield and so could happen. Let's not fool ourselves. Alright, now we've dropped to 2. And I wish we could get a visual over here without having to use these storm chasers for it. Gonna need to watch this new storm over here towards Quitman. This does seem like it's trying to get its act together here. The only issue is it does look like a merger is about to occur, which may limit the storm. But if it doesn't, we could see this one drop the tornado. Then on top of that, if you look real closely off to the west, you can see our main line beginning to come in now. And this will be where things start to get a little bit more complicated. Uh-oh. Premium here real quick.
It's ad-free YouTube. And
Drink some more water here. Try to get myself right. This will help bring my core temperature up a little more. I think I'm gonna pull up a winter weather camera too, since we can't get any visuals right now. Really is a bummer. Chicago looks like it's still in a bit of a snow hole here. Let's see if we can't find Davenport then, if that's the case. Dang, I can't seem to find any cameras in Illinois. Really annoying. How many troubles we've had this stream with cameras. Come on now. At least see a map or something. Wait, I think I might have found it now. Dang. Now I just can't. Now I just need to find cameras. There's got to be some over towards Davenport. Hey, hang on a minute. These are staying as radar indicated. Really can't find anything here. That's crazy. Especially for somewhere like Davenport, which is usually pretty heavily populated. That's crazy. Kind of bogus. Oh wow, they allowed that to expire? Aw, yeah, it's dog-legged. Okay, so we're back to 1. This one's kind of looking the exact same. Well, ain't that something? Like I said, given the fact that we have the environment that we do, this isn't entirely surprising that we weren't getting a big outbreak. I do think some people might have pulled the trigger a little too early on this and said that this was going to be historic. Although, I might be pulling the trigger on this a little too early. There's still plenty of time left in the evening. Oh, I looked away for a second. Intentions, my bad. Also, I was trying to fold my cover back up here without bumping the mic. Might just bundle it up for now, but core temperature's back up. Feeling a little better. So, on with the camera we go. Oh, wrong thing. Silly. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Take that back. Alright, let's try this again, if I can even remember how to use my own setup. There we go. I got it now. There we go. Sorry about that. No, I didn't. I didn't even think about it. I was too caught up in the moment, but we could probably clip it. Yeah, sorry, Kyle. I didn't get that scan. Or not scan, but I didn't get the screenshot. We should be able to clip it though. That was so long ago. Yeah, it's pretty much just as we were all anticipating, really, though. It seems like we were going to have a lot of destructive interference. And also, warm front doesn't seem like it's really advecting too far to the north, so everything's kind of stayed pretty far south. I'll anticipate that trend to continue. But yeah, the most we've only had like 4 tornado warnings max. And of course the winter weather we've been watching as well. I've had no way of pulling up a camera in Illinois, which has really sucked. Oh, Radar Omega posted it. Cool, cool. Well, that settles that then, at least. And I guess after this, whenever we can expect the severe weather threat to drop off, guess we'll, shoot, I don't know. Guess we could talk day 6. Or, why do I keep calling it day 6? It's day 4. I know it originally started as day 6, but it's day 4 now. Let's try and pull up Columbia's camera again here. See if we might get lucky. Alright, let's go here. Try to see if I can make one more attempt. Maybe it will be day 6 in our hearts, though. I know I'm responding to that super late, though. Dang. I do know one thing, though. I'm really getting frustrated with these cameras in Illinois, or lack thereof. Wait, I think I might have figured it out now. I think I might have figured it out now. I'm hoping I have. Nope, I have not. Why would Illinois get rid of their deal? Oh, wait, hang on a minute. I was about to say, why would they get rid of DOT cameras? I think that would actually be pretty useful. Alright, let's see if we can at least pull up Chicago while we're at it. Oh, these are all still shots. Yeah, there's no cameras available here. Alright, I tried. I've been trying for a good minute too, so I don't know what to say at that point. I guess our only hope at this point is to see what happens with this camera over towards Columbia again. This is where we got the tornado earlier. And if it's meant to be, we might get another one from the same one. That would be something. Still have some convection going off to the south here, so I'm still interested, but losing interest very quickly. There's still a little clear slot right over here towards Bogalusa, I guess that's pronounced as. That line's forming up and consolidating pretty quick too. So I'll have to see how things pan out for that, and then from there, there's still a question mark with Alabama. Can't get any recent surface analysis updates, which kind of sucks. I would love it if Radar Omega would update that. Let's try and see if they got one in. Kind of looks the same as it did at 10 a.m. Or at least what they claim to be the 10 o'clock. Oh, wait, no, it's 4 o'clock. It's barely advected, though. Hopefully it does something a little bit sooner, but... I think that's what our problem really has been. This front, I was expecting to back a little bit further to the north, and because it has not... Oh, no tornado warnings now. Any tornado possible tags? 1. Alright, well, I guess I know how we're gonna do this then. Meridian. Oh yeah, that's our tour possible tag. I'll give it a couple minutes and then we'll see what happens. Whether or not we want to go with that day 6, daggone it, day 4 discussion. Because we should be getting towards that time frame now where a lot of the model data from GFS should be coming in. Obviously, we aren't in range HRRR or anything yet, so at least by this point, GFS should be coming in. 18Z Euro might be just starting, though. We're kind of in that little bit of an in-betweener zone, I guess you would say. It's starting to get chilly in here again. I don't think the air is on. Are you talking about the Chatham storm? Southeast of Bukatuna. Bukatona? Tuna? Ah, jeez. That's a weird name. Oh, that one. Oh, the Beaumont storm. Yeah, that's the one that Brandon and Corey are on right now. Let's give these a few minutes and see what they'll do before we try to take our eyes off them for a moment. I'm gonna look for any reports of damage just in case, but I think that one tornado we did get stayed in rural areas. Oh wow, that's okay. So there is a picture of the tornado on here from a chaser's perspective. I wish I could show it on the stream, but it'll probably get taken down. Arg. Yeah, I see the hook. Yeah, the inflow notch just isn't really there. It's just messy. Like I said, we'll give it a few minutes to see what it does. We will be patient. So where is what I'm looking for? Okay, there we go. Kyle, check Discord in about 10 seconds. Or actually less than 10 seconds. It's more like 3 seconds. It'll pop right up for you. Yeah, as far as I can tell, though, good news is it doesn't seem like that. It doesn't seem like we're damaged. We're dealing with damage here. I don't know why I can't get my words out today. It's been like that the last couple of days. It feels like. Oh, there is some bad news. There is a little bit of damage that occurred. There is a small subdivision that was impacted. There are a few trees down, a couple homes and businesses that were damaged. I don't think this was a super strong tornado, but it seemed like it was a power. It had some power to it. There was a meso discussion that was issued about 20 to 30 minutes ago that still indicates the threat of a strong tornado here. I think we were looking at Zach McKenzie's car from that camera in Colombia. There was somebody that was stopped off to the side, and I'm wondering if that might have been him. But yeah, this tornado was a photogenic beauty, though. Okay. Also, West North Carolina has been slammed by ice this afternoon and evening here. It looks like we're getting close to that quarter-inch mark, so that might be a little bit of an overperformance that's occurred there. We might try and get a look at what's going on there still. There is some suspicion that there might have been a tornado on the ground with the Chatham storm. Bassfield's wrapping up. Oh boy. It's a good thing we didn't step away completely from this just yet. Yeah, I think we're kind of shifting into that QLCS mode with some embedded supercells mixed in now. Alright, Kyle, catch you later, man. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, no problem, man. No problem. With any luck, we might have a couple more to share before all is said and done here. You have a couple sneaky little spots over here, like you said, over towards Bassfield, which looks interesting. I think that might become the more impressive storm as of right now. We might be able to pull up the Columbia camera again and maybe keep an eye on that. Yeah, it does look like it's trying to get its act together. It's just a tad bit on the sloppy side. Just a tad bit on the sloppy side. Unfortunate part is it's getting into a spot where we might be dealing with a small radar hole here. Because it's kind of getting pretty far from that Mobile site. But we're also way too far from Tuskegee here. Alabaster and Calera is kind of close, but it's still on the far side of that too, so it's going to be a little harder to track. This one little section of Alabama here is always a little bit troublesome when it comes to radar data. We become a little bit harder pressed to find data the further south we go towards the Gulf Coast, for reasons that I do not know or understand. And the craziest part is that Mississippi actually has good radar coverage to the south, just not Alabama. And there's our tornado warning. This is the Bassfield storm we have been talking about on and off. This is towards Smith, Covington, Jones, and Jefferson Davis counties once again. It's located near Carson, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So it's pretty fast. It's pretty much right on top of Bassfield, Lone Star, and Carson. Collins, this will be on you in the next 10 minutes. Seminary 610. Hebron 620 Central. And then Taylorsville 630 Central. It's starting to get chilly in here again. Craziest thing is it's cloudy, so it's not like the temperature's dropping where I live. It's just chilly. Oh, that's a nice little info notch that's popped up over there. I think it's going to stay a little too far to the north here. But that might work to our advantage, actually. We're going to see if Hattiesburg towards Southern Miss might be able to catch this. If not, we might be able to use one of the Mississippi DOTs to get a visual here. Nothing guaranteed, but try and make it work. Take that off for just a moment here. All right. See if we can get that readjusted. Chatham has tour possible tag now. Okay. Well, here we go then. We're back in business again. And I might have a view of the Bassfield Storm. No guarantees. Because, I mean, it's a whole line segment, but I do have a camera that's over towards Collins. We're gonna see how things pan out with it. That right there. Alright, so we got about 3 cameras to work with here. Try to make the best usage out of these that I can. Okay, tour possible tag. Okay, so it looks like we're still far from finished at this point. Looks like that nice little shield of rain is heading right towards Hattiesburg. You can see the visibility becoming a little bit more hazy. So it's not going to be long. Perhaps part of that tornado watch is about to expire now. Or may get updated, I would say. Oh, did we not sound this? No, we did sound the siren for that warning. Okay, so it did get updated. I was thinking to myself at first, could they be canceling it? I mean, I know the main part of that line. I know the main part of the line is starting to pass through, but I don't know if it's over just yet. How long did they extend that for, though? That's my question. And if anything, they should be extending it further out to the east, but we might see a little bit of a change off to the west here now. Looks like that front is starting to move just a little bit. Oh, 10 o'clock central, okay. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I would agree with that. Probably the next hour or so, I'm gonna have to find something else to eat. Couple intense tornadoes likely. I mean, it still seems possible considering how these storms are behaving right now. The environment's still very much capable at this juncture. The Chatham storm is looking even better now. That is a very well pronounced inflow notch. I mean, we're a little far from the radar at this point. Maybe I can get a good look from Mobile. And there we go. That said it all. It's a new tornado warning. And this one, come on now, comply for me, will you? I guess we need to start getting cameras over towards Alabama now then. But this is a tornado warning that is going to be in effect for Choctaw, Washington, and Clark counties. All of these in southwestern Alabama. This is 4 miles north or southeast, excuse me, of Milry. This is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is gonna mainly stay over rural areas, so there's not a huge concern with this, but this could be indeed another tornado on the ground here if this continues to evolve at the pace it's evolving. I do think that this warm front has started to advect a little further to the north, and that's going to allow for a couple of these storms to really ramp up before all said and done here. I really think this corridor right to the south of Demopolis on I-20 is going to be the hot spot here. Anywhere to the south of I-20 here, heading towards Montgomery, is going to be pretty nasty. And which storm are you referring to? Because both of these look like they have pretty good potential across the board here. Another thing that I find kind of ironic is that this storm that's over towards Bassfield is taking the exact route of the 2020 Easter Sunday tornado. See if I can get back to that radar site after taking a little bit of an assessment at this. Oh yeah, look at that. That could drop any second. I'm going to try to pull up a camera in Alabama now, because it looks like we're going to need it. We're going to need it pretty soon. Before we go to the other site, though, let's look at reflectivity here. Ooh, or not reflectivity, but base high-res velocity. That is actually really well pronounced, so that could be a big one on the way. And then also this radar site here, even though it's a little far, you can see a pretty good sign of rotation, although it looks like it would probably be a little elevated for the Bassfield storm as well. So there could potentially be 2 tornadoes on the... Oh, that looks even better. Oh boy. We might have two that we need to keep an eye on over here. There's a good chance that there might be two on the ground. Because these are evolving really well. These must be right on that warm front now. The reason why I wasn't too sure as to whether or not, or the reason why I wasn't really too quick to end any sort of stream or anything like that, is because more often than not, once we get these storms along the frontal boundary like we are here, we were expecting something like this to happen. You know, it was pretty much the expectation to begin with here. It really was only a matter of time. And at this point in time, the environment's still really good. It's very much capable of producing. The question is, how long will these last? Because convection is really what's going to be the big limiting factor. Otherwise, we could easily get long track tornadoes from this setup. Like, there would be no doubt in my mind as to why we wouldn't. Yeah, low-level jet is just now really starting to kick in. It's probably going to peak within the next couple of hours, I would say, even with all the other parameters in play. I'd say as far as like peak Cape, we still have at least another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. It could be 2.5 hours even, but I would say at least within the next hour or so, this should be peak potential. I wonder if I should grab me something quick to eat. Or like some chips or something. I don't really know if I want to. I don't really want to step away though. Feel like that's something I may regret if I do. Anyway, let's get that Alabama camera up. Let's see if we can get something over towards Choctaw. It's usually a little bit easier to get cameras towards Alabama than like other states. Let's see what counties we're looking for again. Choctaw. I'm gonna go with Choctaw. See if I can find a good solution there pretty quick. I'm gonna move this camera right here. Just so we can keep an eye on Hattiesburg. I don't think there's gonna be any imminent threat over there. I think these storms are going to stay just a little too far to the north for Columbia here, so we might exit out. Here comes the rain over towards Hattiesburg now. Columbia is still in the clear for the moment, but we'll see. We're like right on that frontal boundary too, so anything that pops up there we still have to watch. So we'll keep these both up. I'll keep both of those cameras up. Be nice if this would work though too. Oh boy. Okay, let's try this one then. There we go. Now we're heading in the right direction here. We're cooking. We're cooking. Hope we don't lose that. Please let there be a camera right here. Aw, it's right in the dead zone. Wait. Yep, it's in the dead zone. This main corridor over here off towards southern or southwestern Alabama has no cameras here. So basically between US 84 and 43, there's not a whole lot going on there as far as cameras are concerned. The one spot where we needed it. Daggone it. Closest camera's probably about 30 or 40 miles to the south, so we're not getting a visual of that at all. And the closest camera off to the east is all the way over towards Montgomery. So yeah, we're not going to see much. If this ends up being observed, I might take a risk here. I don't really want to do it though, because it would be wrong. But I don't even think that these guys are all that close to it either anyhow. Oh, that's pretty right there. Look at that. Look at this camera view from Columbia again. Like, this Cyclone Port camera is an absolute banger when it comes to trying to find like good pictures. Really photogenic pictures at that. As you can see, over towards Collin, where that tornado warning is going to be just to the south of town. You can actually see where Collins is right here. We might be able to get a visual of that at least. But yeah, there's not much I can really do with this storm over here towards Chatham and Thomasville, Grove Hill. Just nothing over there I can really get access to. Let's get Hattiesburg back up so we can keep a look at that lightning. So you can see that wind-driven rain here to go along with it. Talk about frustrating though. Excuse me. As it stands right now, both of these are radar indicated at the moment. I will be right back. I'm not going to go to the break screen. We're going to keep this radar image in full screen so that way you can see everything. Just going to turn off the camera real quick and mute the mic. grab me a quick snack. That's all that really was. I'm still good. Just trying to stay fueled up because we don't know how long we could be covering this for. I'm going to widen this camera out over towards Collins. Maybe we can see some, but it most likely would be rain wrap. Look at how much rain's already fallen in that area too. One thing that hasn't been talked about as much because of the heightened tornado threat is also the threat of flash flooding that we're going to be seeing with this system. Storms are just going to be constantly training over this area over and over again throughout the evening and even into part of the day tomorrow. So with this pattern being set up the way that it is, we're more than likely going to see an increased flash flood threat, at least into the overnight. And then with that next setup, it's only going to be a lingering threat from that point. That'll probably become more heightened as we go forward. Because at least over the course of the rest of this week, the weather pattern is going to be pretty active over the deep south. Going to be increased chances of rain, the temperatures will drop off, and then with that quick warm up, we'll be setting the stage for the Saturday setup. The cool thing about all three of these live shots is whenever you see one flash of lightning, you can see them on all three because of how close they are in proximity to one another. I'm glad we figured out a way to finesse this system, how to create this little system here. You can literally see one flash over here on this camera and towards Columbia. And right after that, you'll see it either here in Soda, and not Soda, but on Collins, and then over here towards Hattiesburg as well, which is kind of amusing. That's what I get for eating chips. What I was saying was this new surface analysis shows that this storm's right along that frontal boundary. Makes sense. Also, look at this CC drop to go with it. Storm relative velocity. I don't even want to know. Do I? Ooh. Yep. There we go. There we go. That looks pretty nasty there. You can see the red touching the green and yellow pretty clearly here. So that is some very strong rotation. And then, of course, like we said before, with that debris signature that we were seeing, where you saw that blue there, that is a negative drop on the correlation coefficient. So basically what that is for, it's to differentiate meteorological objects from non-meteorological objects. Basically, rain droplets. So the rain droplets here in the red, when you start seeing returns like that in the blue, especially when they start matching up with the little velocity couplets, that's certainly a tornado on the ground at that point. Sometimes you can get radar noise, but in this case though, there's very good evidence that would lead us to believe there is a tornado on the ground, and most likely a big one. I hate the fact that I can't get a camera over here. But yeah, you can see it pretty clear. There's our velocity sig right there. And notice that CC drop matches up perfectly with it just about. It's just outside of Coffeyville. It's going to be crossing State Road 184 in just a little bit here. So if you know anyone in the path of the storm, you need to tell them to take shelter now, because there is a confirmed tornado on the ground, and a big one at that. You still have to be watchful of that other storm that's over towards Bassfield, because that has the same potential to do what this is doing. Oh no, come on Radar Omega, don't do this right now. I don't need this. Come on, seriously. Radar Omega's not cooperating. Wait. I think we're just asking too much out of the computer. Oh, no. Yeah, the other tornado warning is only radar indicated still at the moment. But as we can see, this can quickly change, as we saw with this cell. Went from being just radar indicated to now being a PDS warning. Just shows how volatile this environment can be, given the right conditions. Wow, that drop is only getting bigger. Alright, we're going to close these cameras out because they're not serving any purpose anymore. I think they're just slowing the computer down. That is a full-on debris ball at this point. Yeah, you can't even deny it anymore. Like, you're fooling yourself if that tornado isn't on the ground, if you don't think that's a tornado on the ground. Honestly, at that point. Yeah, we are struggling with this computer right now, though. We're asking awful lot out of her. Man, I really hate that I couldn't pull up a camera for this. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, Chicago's starting to get slammed by snow. The advertisement came in. I need to make sure that I edit that out. Ads are killing me, man. I want to at least try to get YouTube Music back, if nothing else. Since this warning is more urgent, this is going to take precedence. Hey, Contingents, is there a chance that you could screenshot the side by side with a CC and the storm relative velocity? Especially if it's at its strongest, so we can put it on Discord? I mean, I can if you're busy. Oh, nice. Appreciate you, bud. I wonder if they'll even be able to see anything, because if this is rural, it's most likely going to be heavily wooded too. This is just past outside of Coffeyville. This is probably taking out a lot of trees. Almost certain of it. I just wonder though, what could be out here in the distance leading up to the next town, which will be Thomasville. Does look like that debris balls are coming a little bit looser, so good news to be had with this is that I don't think this is going to be a long tracker. It's moving at 45, so still a chance it could make it to Thomasville. All we can do is hope that this doesn't recycle by the time it gets there. It almost seems like it's making a slight... Nah, it's still holding. No, actually, it could be doing a... It could be an attempted occlusion. If it's attempting to occlude, there is a chance it may weaken as a result. We'll have to see. We're going to need more radar scans to confirm that.
Knows about saving money. Everything I'm wearing, I've had since boot camp.
And I just saved on my car insurance for driving safe with USAA.
Auto insurance that flexes with you. Fit to fit. That's what we're made for.
All right. I just saw your video on there, Contingents. Appreciate it, man. Looks like we've just about watched that storm clear out of Collins now. Things have definitely looked like they've slowed down a bit. The winds don't look quite as strong. The rain's not falling quite as heavy over there either. Yeah, it does look like that tornado's starting to weaken now. Maybe it's completely lifted, which is great news. Like I said, for the most part, this area is relatively rural. So as a result, there is a chance that it still may be down too. Depends on if it's uprooting any trees or anything of the like. Yeah, as long as it stays along the frontal boundary, there's no reason it can't. So I agree with you there. The second it starts to draw a little bit too far away from that front, it's going to be like it pulled the plug. They're about to let that tornado warning expire over there. That's up against the line. Which is good news. We're a little nervous about that one for a second. Still might have to keep an eye on it. Still has a little appendage to it. But it does look like it's starting to struggle. Like it could get itself undercut here. This is going to make an awfully close pass to Laurel. I've extended that tornado warning because it said inflow notch. Not a surprise. These two really seem like the big game in town, so to speak, at this juncture. So now, I guess we're waiting to see what could be next here. Seems like there's nothing else really going on to the south here. It does look like the Mississippi camera here. I guess we can take that off now. Try to see if we can't find anything over towards Alabama at all. Still got a ways to go before we get to any sort of position where there will be cameras available for us. The closest camera is over towards Uniontown. Still looks like that's almost 40 to 50 miles out. And that's the closest camera. That's the only issue. Yeah, we don't really have any views though, still, sadly. Appreciate the camera, the link drop for the camera right here, contingents. I just wish we had the one for Alabama. That's the only issue. Yeah, that's literally like in super dead zone, unfortunately. But yeah, this looks good though. Thank you for that one. All right, let's go ahead and bring this up on screen here. Got to make some adjustments to that real quick. There's our camera. You can almost kind of see a shelf cloud popping up here. Gonna see some really strong winds come through here in just a little bit. This camera right here to the left side of the screen here is what we're watching. By the way, we have a new mesoscale discussion for that winter weather threat that's further off towards... Oh, I think it's actually expired now. Possibly. Yeah, it just expired. Or did it? Freezing rain and sleet beginning to occur over towards Ohio and Indiana as well. We still have a pretty notable snow band that's popped over the city of Chicago as well. If we had a camera, we'd be able to pull that up for you, but unfortunately, surprisingly, Chicago does not have anything to get easy access to. Or really any access to. It's all still shots, unfortunately, and old time lapses. Nothing up to date. Yeah, this storm right here is raging though. I love it. I love watching storms like this. Just hope that it doesn't do anything harmful. That shelf cloud though, it's a beauty. the Alabama storm. Yeah, the velocity's really dropped off over the last few scans. That's why I haven't been paying as much attention to it. This storm seemed like it was starting to become a little bit more prominent out of the two. I know how to fix this though. There we go. Got that fixed up real nice. Yeah, this is going to remain radar indicated here. Ooh, look at that CG right there. That is beautiful. Always love catching those. Looks like Brandon and Corey are going to get extra close to where the updraft once was. But yeah, this storm has started to really fall apart here. Not looking anywhere near what it looked like about 20 minutes ago. Heck, maybe not even 20 minutes ago, more like 15 or 10. They're still maintaining that observe tag with this as well, though, so still needs to be respected. This no longer is a PDS tornado warning, though, which is great news. But this storm may be dying. We'll see what happens with it. I think we've started to outrun that warm front just a little bit, and I think, like I said before, once that was going to happen, it was almost like pulling the plug. And I think that, and I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's happened here. Love of the light show, though. Absolutely loving the light show. There's a real cinnamon roll. I do see a little something on radar here to go along with what you're saying. So, a little something interesting to keep an eye on there. So, have to see what happens next with that. I think it might be just outside my camera view now. So whatever's going on the radar, I might have just barely missed it. I might have looked away from the screen, from the camera here, and looked at Radar Omega for just maybe 10 seconds too long. Because one would think that 45 miles an hour is not that fast, so trust me, it is. There's plenty of speed with that, especially with a storm. Man, what a storm. What a day. There's still more to go. Still waiting on this line to pass, but man, that lightning is incredible. What a show this is going to be as this passes through Laurel. And the thing is, if you look at the radar, what you'll notice is with the motion, I'm going to try to draw this. Look at that. Not the best straight line, but you see the point here. Storms are pretty much going to be training over this area, so flash flooding is going to be almost a guarantee at this point. A cinnamon roll. That's a heck of a description. But it's funny. Depending on how you look at it. So they put out a new warning ahead of what was the observed tornado warning. Marengo and Choctaw counties. This is now radar indicated, thankfully. So that tornado is no longer on the ground at the moment. Again, like you and I both said before, I can say this much. There's a chance of it recycling. See another shelf cloud right here. I think that at this point it's where we'll start to see the wind begin to really pick up. Yeah, I do see that little weak echo region you're talking about though. The cinnamon roll. I ain't gonna lie, that kind of threw me off a little bit. I wasn't ready for that one. That lets you know how I'm not really in practice with severe weather since it's been so long. Been covering so much winter weather, it's not even funny. We're going to take a look at the meso discussions while we're at it here. We just had one issued just a second ago. Strong tornado potential expanding east of Weather Watch 6. So with this area that they're discussing now, it would also include Greenville, Alabama, Montgomery, and also Troy. So the population density is beginning to pick up as we go further to the east here. Definitely something we'll have to pay attention to as we continue to progress through the evening. Oh yeah, I totally missed that then. That's what you were talking about. I just kind of got fixated on the radar. Very easy mistake to make. I see something there though. Looking at it right now. Like, that could be something there. Laurel looks strong now in velocity. It's been looking pretty strong for a while. It's been kind of cycling a little bit though. So that doesn't surprise me to hear that. This might be this, but who knows? This could very well be the. Oh yeah, that's probably the strongest it's looked so far. I would have a hard time believing that that's not down. This is pretty heavily populated. Ooh, that's going to be going right over Sandersville too. Let's look at the CC here. No indication, no exact indicate, no clear-cut indication I should say of anything on the ground. There might be something going on back there. It's kind of hard to see. But I do think there could be something going there. Actually, I think we'll split it right here. And it looks like they're kind of curious as to what I'm seeing. They're kind of curious of what that could be over there too. Could be a little spin up. The heck was that? That caught me by surprise big time. I can't even lie to you. You saw me jump on camera. Just thought it was thundering outside my house. I'm like, wait, it's 39 degrees outside. Shouldn't be thundering. I think somebody in the house just dropped something. That's all. I was like, wait, what? I'm starting to see something a little bit more suspicious. This might be over towards Heidelberg. It doesn't line up perfectly, so I'm a little skeptical. But I do think there is a chance there might be something down with this. It's not been upgraded yet, but we'll see in just a moment. Yeah, whoever's on this camera is leery of something going on over there too, just as much as I am. Radar is definitely leaning into that. It's not the most concrete signal I've seen though. So that leads me to just be a little bit uncertain. Just a little, but I would almost be willing to say that this is probably at least touched down and did a little bit of damage. This camera here, we might see, if we see a power flash, that should confirm it for us. The lightning is also doing a good job of backlighting the storm, especially towards where the mezzo is. Excuse me. Seeing the tail end of that storm starting to really move out of the area now. Still waiting to see that rainfall begin to come in towards Laurel. May take a little longer because of the track. Need to switch the parameters, not the frames. Rain hasn't quite moved into town yet, but it does look like the most dangerous part of the storm has escaped Laurel and should pass between Sandersville and Heidelberg. Hopefully, damage in Sandersville will be minimal. Alexa, lights on. It's getting dark on me all of a sudden. Okay, it's getting really chilly in here now. Again. Might have to actually put the cover back on. Might need a moment here. Alright, we're back now. So we're watching this storm move out of Laurel. So the storm has just cleared Sandersville. Let's go back to CC here. I seriously wonder if this might be confirmed or not. I'm not sure. The debris signature doesn't seem to be crystal clear though. No, hang on a second. Still seems to be pretty far spread apart. So very questionable again at this point. Sorry, oh. Keep bumping cups. Could be dealing with some outflow dominance here, which may actually slow this thing down. So So we're now down to 3 polygons at this point. Really just 2 tornado warnings though. 'Cause these 2 polygons are for this one cell here. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think that's the reason why it isn't considered as observed, even though there was a really strong signature at one point. But just none of the twos, but just the 2 were not really matching up well enough for me to say, okay, I'm gonna confirm it myself. Still got a radar indicated tornado over here that looks like it's trying to recycle here. This one previously had produced a tornado as well. Oh wait, no, that's a different one actually. It's a new part of the line. I missed that one. Got a little too fixated on that last storm. And if that other storm holds together over towards Laurel, it's gonna go right over the same area. Northeastern parts of Choctaw County. Okay. At least it'll be staying over rural areas in the meantime. I guess for now we'll just sit back and enjoy the lightning show. And just wait and see what happens next. Oh man, just trying to stretch. There we go. So I had to adjust the music real quick. I'm sorry about that, guys. Rain finally starting to fall in Laurel. Got another extension of that tornado warning here. So it almost links up perfectly with the rest of that line. Almost. There's a tiny little gap right here. Oh, we're freezing again. Dang. Computer's working at near max capacity here. Oh, not another advertisement. Oh, it just cut. Next song. Okay. Okay. Hey, if you are, it's alright. It's no big deal. I'll hang around for a little longer, see what happens with this setup. After that, I'm probably gonna go to bed myself. In the midst of all this, I've been trying to do my taxes. But yeah, not having much in the way of visuals definitely doesn't help the cause. So if these tornado warnings expire, I'll probably... If this tornado warning expires in the next little bit or just gets canceled, then I might call it a night. I wonder who all is even still live at this point. I'm pretty sure Ryan is, and maybe Max. But yeah. What we've gotten here, I don't know. Ryan's on still. Max is still on. That's really about it. Alabama Storm's repping back up, huh? Which one? Is it the same one we've been tracking, or is it a different one? Because it's kind of getting a little confusing to keep up with at this juncture. Maybe I need to take off CC. Oh, it looks... Oh, yeah, this one. Or is it this one? Yeah, I don't even know anymore.
Who's coming in the driveway?
There we go. These advertisements are getting annoying. I mean, me being a YouTube partner myself, I should be understanding, but the whole copyright thing kind of sucks. Thomaston and Pine Hill. It's that one again? Oh, so it's that one again. Well, yeah, I thought it was. There might be some interference coming into play. There's a little donut hole there, though. We'll see if it tightens up or not. But yeah, I do see a little bit of a ramp up there. I'd love to see and also see some lightning increasing around that too. So maybe. Uh-oh, do we lose the Mississippi camera? I'm gonna guess yes. So I keep on having to chase this keep on having to chase the ads off just for my music, sadly. Well, the storm's pretty much passed at this point now, the most severe part of it. We just have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now. The most dangerous part of the storm's about done. Still might keep it up just to see a little bit more of the lightning, but outside of that, though, I don't expect the threat to be anything of great significance over there. Wow, look at that. That's why I chose to keep it up. 'Cause I love the lightning. And Laurel's getting absolutely engulfed in it. So this is gonna be some, we're gonna get some nice flashes out of this before all's said and done. Kinda wish I could immerse myself in this line of storms right now myself. I love seeing the light. I love the lightning right now. Give me a nice little view. Something like this, but of course indoors. Or at least on the porch. Just somewhere I could be a little bit safer. Because I don't want to turn myself into a human lightning rod. It is a beauty, though. I'm loving it. There's some more heavy rain to go with it. Alright, well. Let's see what we got. Tour possible again? Okay. Okay, it's that one. I keep forgetting. These two different severe thunderstorm warnings. This is gonna make a close pass to Selma if it keeps itself together. There's the blinding rain now. Can't see what the winds are looking like. Wind speeds are sustained at about maybe 9. But yeah, nothing really impressive going on at that point. I think we're about ready to shift our attention almost completely to that Alabama storm. This storm looks like it's starting, like it's trying to shear out as it's getting towards the Alabama line, but it's going back towards that warm front, so it's not done just yet. But I think I'm going to put a little bit more attention on this storm here. Got to find the right radar site, though. That's the key. There's some weak cyclogenesis going on here, too, which we'll keep an eye on as well. Rotation has improved, but still a little bit on the broadside at the moment. Need more inflow. Alright, we're going to shift back towards the west again. It's going to probably be a little while before that gets going. Tiny little radar hole here. I'm going to try to stick with the Jackson radar site, though. It does look strong, but it still needs a little bit more time to kind of mature and kind of ripen up a bit. It's on a good trend at the very least, though. Forgot to put that in motion here. Hang on a second. The equipment storm actually starting to look a little bit ominous. These last couple scans look really nasty there. It's the radar. Well, I'm looking at the Jackson radar. Yeah, just that little corridor right here is a little bit troublesome when it comes to finding radar data. Oh, where'd our Tor possible tag go? It's not looking quite as impressive if you look over towards Mobile, but it's kind of hard to pick. Like I said, it's kind of getting far away from all the radars. So it's making things a little difficult. But yeah, really the most optimal radars we can use right now probably, well, I'll probably say it will be Mobile. Because Columbus is too far. Montgomery's definitely too far. But yeah, it seems like the best position will undoubtedly be Mobile. Jackson's a close second. And both of them are kind of showing something similar. But no concrete evidence that this has evolved to the point where it's on the ground, though. Just wish there was a radar site just a tad bit closer. Can't have everything, I guess. Okay. I gotta use the restroom. I might have to use the restroom in a second here. I can't lie to you. Let me see if I can't find that camera over here towards Bama, the Mississippi and Bama line. Might be a bit of a reach, but I'm gonna try. Yep, nothing there. Closest camera's way too far to the north. It's just past Meridian. Yeah, this is probably fine the way it is. Let's try to clean that up a little bit. It's the best we can really do right now. Alright. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. We'll leave.
12 grams of protein in every serving, Quaker Protein Instant Oatmeal is there for active mornings, friendly competition, and big moves. Quaker, bring out the good.
Sorry about that. I had to go to the bathroom really bad. Thankfully, it wasn't a long stay. But anyway, I was trying to say, though, what I was going to say, though, until I realized that my touchpad on my laptop doesn't work, is that, oh, God. Ads. Okay, it's gone. Anyway, what I was trying to say, though, before I was so rudely interrupted, was, yeah, where have we seen this story before? Which radar is it? I think it's Monroe, Louisiana that's always down to. How ironic that Montgomery would end up down at a time like this as well. Somehow, though, I'm not all that surprised. Disappointed, but not surprised. not really getting a good view of the storm from the Alabama camera. And it goes out like every 90 seconds, so I think I'm gonna probably take that off the screen. Just spare myself the hassle this juncture. No observed tornadoes at this time. At least I didn't miss anything. Well, okay, let's see. Let's look for a new mezzo discussion while we're at it. Doesn't look like we've had any new updates, so things are progressing along. Yeah, I'm glad. I feel a lot better after that too. I think that's really what I needed. Just needed to have a lengthy bathroom break. It wasn't really even that lengthy. Alright. Now. I can show my face. Here's my hat. Alright, and now we can do this, finally. I'm actually warm now, especially after that, so feeling a heck of a lot better. Wonder if I was trying to get sick for a split second. Seems like it's been going around everywhere else. I told you, 25 likes. We're only at 17, so I don't think we're getting to 25 tonight. But yeah, no need for the blankie. Besides, the hoodie I would have thought the hoodie would be fine, but apparently somebody does have the air on. It's just very faint. Why they have it on is still the question at this juncture here. Alright, so new pictures of damage is coming from Weather Nation here. Looks like for the most part we're looking at maybe, and I'm no engineer, but that could potentially be F1 damage. There are power lines down, some minor roof damage. So yeah, I would probably expect an EF1 rating based off what we're seeing right now. Wayne County has a CC droplet, huh? Alright, let's see it. It's Waynesboro. Oh, yep, it's just gone observed too. That is our third observed tornado warning of the evening. So, large. Oh, it's PDS now. It's a large, extremely dangerous tornado 8 miles northwest of Waynesboro, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So it's speeding up a little bit. We have Waynesboro on the path of the storm, and this will be in effect until 8:30 Central Time. So we have at least another 34 minutes to deal with this. All right, let's go ahead and take a look and see what we got here. Oh, wow. That is actually a really strong couplet. Oh, come on. Why is this thing acting up tonight? We're looking at over 100 miles an hour in gate-to-gate shear, so that's really impressive, actually. So this is a pretty strong one. Let's go and look at that CC now. Oh, wow, that is actually a really sharp CC drop, too. Very well pronounced. So, pretty much indisputable at this point. That is a tornado on the ground, folks. This is going to end up missing Waynesboro. This is ultimately going to end up crossing US 84 north and then possibly heading towards Gilbert Town. Looks like the chaser's on the way to intercept this thing. Yeah, very clear. Very clear signal of a tornado on the ground here. Potentially could be sisters here. So I see a second little CC drop next to it here. So we could have sisters. Green on red is never a good thing when you're looking at the velocity product, especially when you get a sharp return like that. But yeah, that's a very clear TVS as well. I'm sick of the ads. There we go. You can hear this thing howling right now. Basically, everything with this severe weather setup now is really going to boil down to the warm front. The more that this front advex north, coupled along with a little bit of that cyclogenesis that we're seeing over here towards south of Montgomery, that's going to be where our greatest severe and tornado threat is going to remain. Anywhere outside of that, the convective mode is going to keep things limited. Nice. Appreciate that, man. Ah, man. Really frustrates me, though, right now that I cannot get a live shot of this tornado. There is no real cameras over here as we get towards the Alabama-Mississippi border here, unfortunately. A little frustrated, not gonna lie. One thing I'm noticing is now all tornado warnings at this point are now moving at 50 miles an hour. Fortunately, like I said before, still no camera available. Kind of suck, which really sucks, but hey, it is what it is. Nothing I can really do about it at this point. Still waiting for this storm to cross over into the Alabama border here. All we can do really at this point is just keep an eye out for, or an ear open for reports at this point. Also, quick update in regards to the wintry weather side of things. We have a massive, and I mean massive, snow band that's falling over towards Chicago right now. It's kind of nice to see that, considering the fact that Chicago, before today, was 15 inches below average in regards to their snowfall for the year. Which is pretty crazy, considering how often we usually will see Chicago in headlines for being blanketed in snow. Especially living off of a Great Lake, no less. So the fact that they're actually getting some snow here, it's kind of a welcome sight. And I'm sure it is for a lot of the natives there too. Pull up Discord while I'm at it so I can actually look at that last loop. You're gonna take a longer loop? Nice. Appreciate that. Yeah, that was a nasty little sucker right there. Sometimes I do wish I could boost that server though, so we could get that, so we can get that longer file or bigger file allotment. But that's gonna in due time. It's a long ways off. Got to use the server more in order to do that anyway. I think we're starting to see an occlusion of that tornado now though. Whereas before, we were kind of keeping it on the straight and narrow here. It looks like the velocity has kind of dropped off a little bit, maybe. Could be recycling, but also it looks like that CC drop has kind of migrated off to the north of it, so looks like a changing of the guard here. Maybe the mezzo has kind of allowed that tornado to occlude, and we might be getting a recycling beginning to occur here. And this is going to be just to the east of Shibuya. Still, Gilbert Town is under the gun here. Aren't under the warning yet, but you're going to be under one very soon. Reports are coming in from the tornado that was northwest of Waynesboro, which is this storm we're watching now, had debris launched up to about 20,000 feet. So this is a significant this was a significant tornado. Dang, just like that, it's starting to get cold again. It's feeling good for a minute. Can't have nice things, I guess. Arg. Alright, I'm gonna have to put the blanket back on. It's pretty crazy. I swear there has to be a draft in my room. The temperature has not dropped outside. It's still 40 degrees. Alright, we're back. Alright, we're all set here. Yeah, this definitely looks like it's occluded now. Actually might be 2 points of rotation here. Yeah, there's 2 points of rotation here, actually. This one's weakening, and then this new area is starting to ramp up here. So new meso beginning to form in this storm here. Okay. There's flooding actually ongoing right now in Mississippi. We kept one of the cameras up accidentally over here between US 49 at US 84. This is over towards Collins where we were looking earlier when things were getting pretty busy. I'm going to show you a live picture of that now. And holy cow. There is some significant ponding going on right now. And it's still raining buckets over there too. Just give me a moment here. Oh, let me do this then. Take her full. Aw, no. Of course, now when I want to show it, it starts buffering. Isn't that nice? Alright, let's just close out, reopen. Go with the southern camera like we were earlier. Oh, it's gone now. What the heck, man? Just did that for nothing. Well, that's actually a good thing, though, I guess. There's all that inundation from rainfall here. Flooding was a big concern. But that was a troll right there, if I would ever say so myself. Oh well, that is what it is. Ha ha. Alright, so here's what the deal will be from this point here. I'm going to wait for these storms to pass north of Montgomery here. By that point, I do think the environment will become more stable the further to the north and east we go. Areas like Birmingham, I don't think are going to be at risk. It's just really going to be this point further off towards the south at this juncture. So I will probably say by the top of the hour here, trajectory-wise, if we were to have this go off to the north and east, it's going to be reaching a sector in which the temperatures are going to drop off just a little bit. If we were to look at the Alabaster radar, if it'll load, if we can get the temperatures to pop up. See right here where we start getting into those mid to upper 50s. The environment's going to become a little bit more stable there. The instability is a little bit more limited in that region. And with that, I think that'll conclude the worst of our tornado threat. Maybe all of it. As you can see, it's just really this one corridor along the frontal boundary. Where this frontal boundary is showing up right now is not exactly where it is at this moment. These update every 5 hours. We've been live for 5 hours, so this, of course, has moved since then. But it's right along here where we have the most intense weather here. Outside of that, we still have thunder, we still have lightning, we have a little bit of energy, but the overall setup towards that area becomes a little bit less favorable as we go, especially as we continue to drag later into the evening here. So I would say probably at the top of this hour is when we're going to call it a night. A lot to talk about tomorrow and get prepared for Saturday too, because Saturday looks like a carbon copy of this event. Maybe even more intense though too. Much more broad warm sector to go along with it, a little bit better forcing. So it could be a more intense event possibly. Don't want to overhype it, but definitely something that we're going to be paying extra close attention to over the course of the next couple of days here. I haven't even had a chance to really look at the latest in regards to model data. So I'm kind of eager to see just what things are looking like now. Because it wasn't until earlier today where we got the upgrade up to an enhanced risk at day 4. And that doesn't happen within the 4 to 8 day time range without a good reason typically. Not to say that it's a shoo-in and a guarantee to happen, but usually that means something notable has been picked up on models. And usually that success rate is about, I would say, about 75 to 80% correct. I would actually even say a little bit higher than that, but alright, contingents. Alright, so that's officially been downgraded to radar indicated. That rhymed. Alright, we'll hang around for another 30 minutes. We'll probably call it a night ourselves. Got a lot to do tomorrow, so unfortunately I can't stay for the entire event. I mean, truthfully, it looks like it's winding down. There are a couple of wild cards along with this, though. This front still is going to advect a little bit to the north. And with that, there still is the possibility of a spin-up or two. But none of these storms out here, none of these storms further to the south have really shown me anything that would lead me to believe they're going to be able to take advantage of the environment right now. Anything that's been firing off to the south has either had so much convection where these storms are competing with each other, or they just haven't really had a chance to mature as of right now either. I really think that if there's gonna be anything ongoing at this point, it's gonna be along the corridor where we've already seen action as we push off to the north and east. Again, I'm thinking maybe over here towards Tuskegee, Auburn, there still could be a possibility of tornadoes. But outside of that, anywhere further to the north, it's absolutely not. To the south, I'm not really expecting a whole lot out of it. Instability is kind of falling off at this point too, so it's the other reason why I'm pretty sure that outside of this main corridor, and I'm gonna go ahead and circle it. Anywhere outside of this main corridor here, I wouldn't expect too much to happen. So yeah, pretty much right along this corridor here would be my concern as we go later into the evening. Move this in a way so that way you can see everything clearly. Yeah, basically anywhere along this up, they just canceled that tornado warning. Wow. Yeah, I noticed. I guess we'll take a sneak peek at the day 4 outlook. Is it all possible? Yeah, this thing looks like trash on radar now. Dog leg, backward C. Yeah. Might be done before then. Alright. So, let's go ahead and get into it then, shall we? Yeah, let's sneak this in real quick. Let's pull up. Let's see what the latest HRRR has to offer as well for the night. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Give me a second to set this up, and we should be good. I swear, if there's another tornado one that pops up while I'm doing this, I'm gonna be mad. Not gonna lie. Alright, we're set. Let's do this real quick. Okay, there we go. Alright, so this is what we have going on currently. This is our enhanced risk as of right now. Latest update from the SBC. Still have a little corridor where we could see the potential for a strong tornado. That threat is, however, waning at this point. Also could see an isolated damaging wind gust. Hail threat is going to remain rather marginal. Then we're going to go all the way to day 4. We're going to ignore that marginal risk for tomorrow. It's just going to be kind of remnants of tonight's threat. And this is the big day that we're talking about. This is the big kahuna right here. A very broad slight risk and a very sizable enhanced risk that's already popped up. As I mentioned before, on the day 4 outlook, you don't typically see the 30% area. It's usually a 15 by this point in time. So that basically tells you that there is increased confidence in severe weather potential with the setup in play for Saturday. Now, looking at tonight, the biggest inhibiting factors. We're going to be struggling with instability as we get later into the evening. As we get further into the south, you see how the instability kind of drops off here. There is still a decent corridor right here, mixed in with that low-level jet to where we could still see a couple sneaky chances for a tornado. But as you can see, the parameters aren't quite as impressive as they once were. The biggest factor that keeps everything in play at this point would be more or less the wind shear. The instability definitely helps, though. But this is going to be, of course, after midnight. A lot of people are probably going to be going offline at this point. So make sure that you have something like a NOAA weather radio. Make sure that your phone is on, so that way if you happen to be in an area of concern, you're able to get your watches and warnings very quickly. Even if it means waking you up out of your sleep, which I know a lot of people are not fans of, myself included. But yeah, we'll watch this threat linger into the overnight hours, maybe even into the early morning before finally tapering off. And then as we go forward here, we'll go ahead and also take a look at the STP real quick before we go on to Saturday. As you can see, there's still some pretty good there were still some pretty good values over here, but this is a little bit earlier in the evening now. Newest model data should be starting to come in now, so it's a little bit dated at this point. But of course, as we get later in the evening, notice how that STP drops off pretty notably until about 8 o'clock. Low-level jet's a little bit high over here towards the Georgia and Alabama line here. So again, a little bit of potential left over there. But the storm structure as a whole here does seem like it starts to suffer by this point here. We'll have to see what happens, but not expecting a lot. Then as we get later into the overnight hours, into the early morning, everything really kind of tapers off by that point. So that being said, quick look at the composite component here, or the composite parameter here. Here's our big line of storms that's had tornado potential over the course of the evening. Notice we kind of drop off a little bit, but we do see a little bit of resurgence kind of pop up just after midnight. And that's when I would really be concerned about that tornado threat being very dangerous. It doesn't take a strong tornado at night to cause a lot of problems. Any tornado can, but especially at night when a lot of people aren't expecting one, it's very dangerous. So, but that's basically a quick little rundown of what we have going on here. By the time we get into the early morning hours, it's really going to be south central Georgia. Nothing really looking robust at this point in regards to severe weather. It's just going to be some heavy rain from this front that's going to pass through. And then as we get into the early afternoon and the evening, we're going to watch this head out. So now, let's get into the brass tacks here. So, here is a look at the big monster here for Saturday. The big bad wolf here. So this is our setup for Saturday. We're looking all the way at the upper level jet here. And as you can see, plenty of signs of divergence here, stretching all the way from central Tennessee, even into southern parts of Kentucky at this point. But the more robust signal for severe weather is over here towards the Mississippi Delta here, and also over towards Louisiana and parts of Arkansas now coming into the mix to go with it. Peak time looks like it could be somewhere between 4 to 7 p.m. Central Time, and we'll still have a lingering threat that could last into the overnight hours. We would expect this, of course, to consolidate into a line of storms as we get later into the evening and into the overnight. That would also have a lingering tornado and wind threat to go with it. I think with this setup, the hail threat might go up just slightly, but we won't know until about another 36 hours from now exactly what the mindset is behind the hazard probabilities. So as we go to about 69 hours here, you can see the mid to upper level trough here. Pretty stout across the board here as well. Pretty much a similar look. I would go as far as to say that this is what kind of makes me think that we might have a very similar look to what we had today, maybe just a little bit further towards the north. As we get into 21Z here, you can see plenty of signs of diffluence right here. Also good signal for thunderstorm development, especially at the mid-levels coming into play here. And then as we get towards OOZ, you can see a little bit of development further to the south as we get into the overnight here, where instability is probably still going to be prominent in these regions. Up towards the north, I think we'll use up that energy a little bit earlier. We go towards the 700 millibar range here. You can see that it's not loading fast enough yet. I'm going a little bit too quick for it. We go into the 700 here. You can see a prominent mid-level trough and shortwave pop up here as well. So again, I'm really thinking that it's going to be an all hazards event. I think the damaging wind threat is going to be a little bit more prominent with this than with this system in comparison to what we're currently dealing with at this point. And then, of course, the key component in all of this, low-level jet. Low-level jet is looking a little bit more like how I would want it to, leaning a little bit more to that north and southward, south to north component here, excuse me. So if we were to go ahead and look at this parameter here, the wind shear is very prominent towards the region by the time we get towards 18 to 21Z. So early afternoon, environment's looking primed at this point for the potential for a few tornadoes. Going over here, looking at the shear vectors and the shear parameter here. As far as the 0 to 1, looking at 31 knots, or we're looking at a 31 on here. About a 20 is the threshold number. Surface to 3 is at 48. About 30 is what you would want to look for, maybe 35. We're passing 40 at this point. So this looks like a setup that could suit violent tornadoes once again with this as well. And really, at this juncture, seeing this about 72 hours in advance only kind of steals the amount of confidence I already have in this setup here at this point. Now again, there's of course fail parameters that we aren't going to quite know about until maybe the day before or even the day of. So this isn't a shoo-in. This isn't going to be, let's say, a significant tornado outbreak. This isn't guaranteed to happen at all, honestly. This could end up still being a bust, but there is an increased chance that this could occur, though. That's really the point we're trying to more or less drive across here at this juncture. So let's go ahead and take a look at that warm sector, of course. By the time we get into the early morning, you can see that those 60, 70 degree temperatures are already kind of building into our little sector of interest. And like I said, with the way the front is set up, this lingers into the overnight. There's going to be enough surface heat and also a good moisture return to go along with this to help keep these storms going. So as a result, we're going to have a pretty good amount of instability available well into the overnight here. So let's go ahead now and get into those parameters real quick before we go. So let's go ahead and look at our surface base cape. This is a great measure of instability. We're actually going to get up close and personal here at this point. Really should have done that with the temperature and the dew point maps. It's not like, but it was kind of obvious where everything was though at this point. Or at least I would have thought so. Maybe you don't feel that way, and I'm sorry if you don't. In any case though, very good signal that's constantly been uptrending over the last few days in regards to our surface cape here. We're easily getting into 1,000 to 1,500 joules per kilogram in cape. Typically, I would say for a severe weather event, the threshold would be at least about 800. 1,000 is a good number. 1,500 and beyond, the environment's starting to become prime. When you get past 2,000 to 2,500, 3,000 and beyond here, I would almost consider that I would pretty much consider that an explosive environment. But we obviously are meeting the mark. Yeah, I agree. Maybe just under 1K. That's what I was saying, a little bit more towards like 800. During spring, I would definitely say about 1K. But with this environment here, though, we're definitely surpassing that. So, I don't think instability is going to be too much of an issue. Even with this signal here, even though we're looking 3 to 4 days out in advance, I do think if we look at convective models, we'll probably see slightly higher amounts of cape here than what we're seeing. Which even this could still be sufficient enough to help keep those storms going. Maybe not keep them at max intensity, but help keep them going. One other factor that I'm kind of interested in particular has been the lapse rates. There's been a lot of discussion with this. This could be a limiting factor depending on how steep these are. Basically, the higher the number, the steeper the lapse rate. And this computer is not working right now. What is going on here? Jeez, yeah, we're going to have to get off soon, for sure. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we've put her through her paces tonight, that's for sure. After this, I might just have to finish up what I was going to do earlier and then just let this thing be in shutdown mode for a while here. And here we go. This is an interesting parameter here. We're seeing subpar lapse rates here. With the instability that we have enough to maybe overcome it, but this could be a limiting factor. Now, this setup today, we had lapse rates that were slightly better, but we did see an uptrend within the last 36 hours. I do think that it's possible that we could see a very similar thing occur with this setup too. Not a guarantee, and again, probably a limiting factor, but definitely something that we're going to be paying attention to. It's always these little finite details that come into play. But if we put all of these together and we go ahead and go back to our instability here, look at our hodiographs to go with it, you're going to see a pretty prime environment in regards to severe weather as we get later into the evening here. Now, let's go ahead and look at this right here. We're going to go ahead and click on that sounding. And we have a pretty solid looking environment here. 0 to 3 has a nice loop, nice sickle to it, which is indicative of almost a classic supercell, I would say, at this point. Lapse rates subpar, but not terrible. Surface cape is impressive. Lift index isn't all that great. But again, another thing to pay attention to is the shear. The shear is still very impressive over here. We have a shear reading of about 29 at 0 to 1. Again, as I said before, 20 is the minimum threshold, I would say. Sometimes you can even be a little bit below it and get away, but we're still surpassing the mark in everything that we would need in regards to our severe weather threat. And this is, I wouldn't even say that this is peak time. So I'll go ahead and move this to 0Z. And this is when that low-level jet starts to peak here. Of course, at this point, instability is dropping off a bit. But nonetheless, with these loops here in the hodograph, I would still be watchful of a tornado even into the evening and overnight hours from this setup here. And there's a lot of real estate here. A lot of areas that we're going to be watching, pretty much from central, even the northern parts of the states of Alabama and Mississippi, all the way into Georgia, and even the Atlanta metro area. So, a lot to pay attention to before all said and done. A lot of finite stuff that we're going to be dealing with over the course of the next few days leading up to this. So, that being said, it's pretty much a brief rundown of what we have going on here. I don't really have a great composite model here that we can go with. Nothing as high def as what we were looking at, let's say, with HRRR. Like, this is the best I can really do. I don't really like the look of it, so I don't use it often. But to give a rough idea of what we could see, for the most part, I expect a linear mode. But anything that pops out ahead of this line always is going to have to be monitored. If any supercells or any sort of prefrontal storms form up and mature, they could become said supercells, and then we could be dealing with the threat of a strong tornado or two, maybe several even. But a lot of this is hearsay at this point. 72 hours is a long ways to go. So we'll have to wait and see how things pan out from that point. But that's that. That's pretty much a quick rundown of what the setup for Saturday is going to be. It's looking pretty impressive for the most part. Still some parameters that may end up failing out the system as a whole. And then, of course, there are parameters that present that could help this potentially even overperform. We'll see how things go from that point, but I think that's pretty much it for this one. We didn't really get to cover a whole lot of winter weather in this stream. I mean, we kept the radar up for it just to see what's going on in Chicago. I wanted to get some live shots from there, but unfortunately, those are very hard to access, especially while we were covering severe weather. But at this point, though, thankfully, as far as our severe weather threat is concerned, we no longer have any severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings. And as a result, I think we can call this one a night. It'll be interesting to see what the damage looks like over all the areas after daylight reveals everything, especially with the strong tornado that we were seeing towards the Mississippi-Alabama border. But, like I said, more or less kind of reacting as to the day that we've had at this point. We'll go ahead and take a quick little look at the multi-regional scan and get a look at what's going on over towards Chicago right now. Again, it's a pretty heavy snow falling over there. As I've said before earlier in the stream, Chicago's had a well below average year in regards to snowfall, so it's nice to see them get some good action there. You can almost go as far as to say that they were starting to get into drought territory even. Looks like the worst of the snow is just about out of there now too, at this point in time. Yeah, there's been a lot of activity through that area. There's also a good bit of freezing rain that's ongoing over here towards northern parts of Ohio. We expect maybe a little bit more, and then our threat shifts over towards the northeast. We may actually go live and cover that tomorrow, but we'll see what the timing is like, and then we'll kind of go on from that point. But in any case here, we're gonna call this one a night. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll see you in the next one very soon. We'll have a video up tomorrow, or a video and a live stream. Until next time, take care. Have an awesome rest of your night. Goodbye.